What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, April 4th, 2025, and I'm standing here at the Polderbaan, which is being used for departures together with the center runway. And for several minutes now, KLM Flight 713 has been standing there, outbound to Paramaribo. Not sure what's going on. As you can see, airplanes arriving later pass it by and take off. So what exactly is wrong, I have no idea. The airplane that you just now saw passing by in the foreground, that's KLM Flight 913 to Aberdeen, that's number 190. And before the stream went live, I saw that George T became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your support, for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope you will like it over there. If you need to know where stuff is, do ask around. Many members have gone ahead before you and will happily tell you where you can find stuff. In the meantime, good morning to everybody. Marja, goedenavond. And good morning to all others who have joined. Leroy, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Greet, goedemorgen. Gisela, Elwa, Ramon, good morning. It is a beautiful day over here. Continuation of yesterday. Blue sky all over the place. And the first departure taking place. KLM number 190 to Aberdeen, flight 913. Not a lot of wind. What wind is blowing from the northeast today and is expected to stay in that corner. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. The water over here almost exactly like a mirror. Liewe also back in the chat. Goedemorgen Liewe, good to see you, mate. Now, I saw in the list of members that Liewe is going to be the next member to turn blue as fourth. Won't be long. Do you happen to know when exactly it's going to happen, Liewe? Jeff says, did you see the BAW 9999 flight on Flight Radar on the 1st? I can't say that I have. What was it doing? Was it an April 1st joke? Guten Morgen, Mario. Peter, goedemorgen. Scholar J, good morning. Jacob, goedemorgen. Another airplane just now passed by the 777, and that is another Embraer 190 to Trondheim. We're all going to the runway threshold. Parallel departures in progress. He's just now departed from the center runway. That is to Milan. Firefighters just now did their round. They were passing by as I was setting up here. Firefighters have already returned to the station. Airplane number 2. Embraer 190 number 2. Going to Trondheim, KLM Flight 1151. 15 years old, this airplane, first flight September 2009. If all is well, we are going to see the A340 taking off to Paramaribo. I thought it was between 10 and 11 later in the morning. London Heathrow to JFK at 51,000 feet in 3 hours and 20 minutes. The revival of the Concorde. I must have missed it. What a coincidence that they flew that flight on April Fools. Ah, shoot. Good morning, Paul, Richard, Daniel, and all others. Now, let's see. Has anybody been listening in on ATC? I'm just wondering if something was reported on ATC on the radio about what is going on over here. Good morning, Kira, the Maatjes, and all the others who have joined. So it's a beautiful day over here. Bit of wind, 13 degrees Celsius. That's 26 plus 30, 56 or so Fahrenheit if you're used to those. The Red Wine Express is taking off to Bordeaux in the meantime. E2 Embraer 195. Yeah, and the 777 still standing there. Not really sure what's going on there. Hey, the cats. Wow, good to see ya. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. I see that you are abundantly present over here in the Netherlands as well. Absolutely wonderful day. See a lady person on the right and another person somewhat in the center. Another E2 Embraer 195 just now took off from center to Krakow, Poland. And we have a 737 to Oslo. That is approaching the threshold over here at the Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 1199. The PHBGC. Bravo Golf Charlie, 16 years old. First flight made 2008. More or less turning and burning. Lena, goedemorgen, guten Morgen. Erigio, good morning. Ufo 80, guten Morgen. Amelie, good morning. Carol, good morning. Louis, good morning. So yeah, what has changed since we were last here? Yellow bags. And this they already built. There are some flower fields beyond this field. Though I'm not sure, maybe they are also planting flowers over here. They're not doing anything in this field at the moment. They were checking for diseases in the flower fields adjacent to the roads leading up to here. And in the meantime, another Embraer 190. So we've had, this is the third Embraer 190 and we have had 1737 thus far. Britty Hopper on behalf of KLM, flying to Leeds in a few moments. Flight 1019. 11 years old. Here she goes. First flight February 2014. Hey, it's returning. So KLM flight 713 going back to the gate by the looks of it. That's a sad sight to behold. Good morning, Lars, Erik, Mark, John, Sebastian, and all the others. A sunny day here, but not sunny news for the people on board this airplane. It seems that they are returning to the gate. KLM flight 713, which was supposed to go to Paramaribo in Suriname. Parallel departures are in progress at the moment, and this is Vueling to Alicante. Hadi Paul, goedemorgen, and welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. KLM flight 713, 777-300 which was supposed to go to Paramaribo in Suriname. Looks like it is going back to the gate. Hadi Mat, goedemorgen. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. In the background you saw EasyJet going to Naples, A320. Shoni, goedemorgen. Now, if I saw and remember correctly, this morning we are going to see 3 A350s from Delta. I saw on the departures list 3 Delta A350s. That's just the Deltas. There are more expected to leave later. Of course, Singapore Airlines, of course, the A350 from Cathay. Whether or not we are going to see those remains to be seen, because they will fly to the east. So if parallel departures are in progress, they will take off from the wrong runway, quote unquote. The Deltas will be leaving for the United States and should be coming this way. And I already can see one on the move. Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit. Question is it coming this way? Answer, yes, probably. Looks like it. In the meantime, thank you so much, the cat who just now gifted the membership. I see that Diane78 was the recipient, or is the recipient more appropriately. Thank you so much, the cat, for your generosity. Welcome, Diane or Diane, to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Have fun using the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Be sure to say thanks to the cat. The cat, thank you so much. Welcome, Diane. Welcome, Yin Team Stripes, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Sander, good morning. Don Villejos, good morning. Could be. Could be that the pilot forgot their passport. Now, interesting how that happened, right? So you went through passport control apparently without a passport. Being a pilot, apparently you don't need to check. And you're on board, flying home, and then all of a sudden you think, oh shit, I forgot my passport. Control coming this way, it's a twin jet, still pretty far away, hard to see what it is. Airplane coming this way, also still far away, hard to see what it is, but at least flight radar tells us it's an Embraer 190. Whew, thank God, I thought we weren't going to see any today. Leroy, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Bevroren Patat, goedemorgen. Drew, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hey, is that a Learjet also coming this way, going to Stansted? Interesting. It's a Ryanair bizjet. Wow, cool. The airplane approaching KLM flight 1303. Going to Gdansk in Poland. Is it going to shortcut via Cheater's Lane, or will it go all the way to the threshold? Answer, the latter. All the way to the threshold. Now, Flight Radar says that a Learjet is coming this way. It's probably still early for me. Oh no, there it is. Or is it an O'Leary jet, since it is for Ryanair? Yeah, an O'Leary jet 45, registration MABGV, Mike Alpha Bravo Golf Victor. "14 years old already. First flight somewhere in 2011, month not specified on Flight Radar. First up, Embraer 190 to Gdansk, KLM flight 1303. Thank God we are seeing another Embraer 190. I was starting to get withdrawal symptoms. Good morning, Peter. Kanaal Koerdistan, good morning. Lance, good morning. Mizam, good morning. Gertin, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. We almost got to see a wide-body departure. KLM flight 713, a 777-300 that was supposed to go to Paramaribo, but instead it went back to the gate. Here is an O'Leary jet 45. And apparently belongs to Ryanair. Will be leaving for London Stansted. Will it be coming this way, or no, it's going to the threshold. So yeah. Something we don't get to see every day. Small farm in the background. Alright, 45-year-old O'Leary jet doing a turn and burn off to London Stansted. Apparently this is from Ryanair. Up and away. Meanwhile, the next airplane coming in to take off, KLM flight 1251 going to bloody Helsinki, and the first A350 is also coming. Gives me a moment to go back up. And welcome Frederick Sens back in the chat. Morgen, he writes, good morning. Celebrating 16 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something is no longer to your liking or if we run low on supplies. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Morgen, back to you. Alan also back in the chat. How's going viral working out for you, mate? Are you killing it? I hope you are. Alan, good morning. Other Alan. More Alans in the chat than just one. Tina, goedemorgen. Job, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Ohio gozaimasu. Ari, welcome back. This is KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. 737-800, but here we have an A350, the first A350 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 133. Alan says my wife to be now wants to go on an Alaskan cruise, way too fucking cold. Cold, true. Although I imagine it is lovely to see the nature from on board a cruise ship in that part of the world. The cat says Coast Guard just took off. I think I have it. The backlight isn't helping today. Still early in the morning here. The sun is not very high yet. Is that a little fly on my nose? Yeah. Something landed on my nose. This is KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. 737-800. Leroy says C-17 over to the south. That must be the only contrail that I can see in the sky then. I think this should be it. Yeah, that looks like a C-17, doesn't it? First A350 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 133. Lining up over here. First of 3, I believe. Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. It's the November 516 Delta November. This airplane is 3 years old. First flight December 2021. Fire in the hole! Oof, that's a lot of brake dust that got released when the brakes were applied to stop the wheels from spinning. It is a lovely day over here, not a cloud to be seen, just sun, unadulterated sunshine. Even the contrails are hard to see, they're not very big like they are on some days with more humidity higher humidity, I should say. Parallel departures in progress. 737 KLM to Madrid, flight 1503. Paul says in Dutch that he also did a Alaskan cruise and it was fantastic. Was it cold? Alan is worried it is going to be cold. Was it bad? Or was it doable? Also a warm welcome and thank you to Job. Job Kuiper just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for becoming a member and for your vote of confidence. Don't forget, you now have access to custom emojis, no less than 30. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are allowed to use whenever you want, however you want, whether it is appropriate or inappropriate. So be sure to do so. Thank you so much, Job, and welcome. Mrs. Professor says it's about time you got some sunny days in a row. Tell you what, have a look together with me at what is in store. So, let's go to the website called Buienradar and have a look at the 14-day weather forecast for the Netherlands. You can see no precipitation in the upcoming 2 weeks, mostly sunshine, and on bad days we have just some cloudiness. Temperatures will drop again in the upcoming days. Today is expected to be the warmest with highs reaching 20 C or around 70 F. They will drop a little bit, but that's okay as long as it is dry and sunny. That's the most important thing. So yeah, it is looking quite well for the time being. Now, nothing is as unpredictable as the weather, so seeing is believing is still my motto when it comes to the weather, but it looks promising, doesn't it? Here we have KLM flight 1269, which is going to go to Copenhagen in Denmark. 737-700. No Wi-Fi humps, so people on board have to read a book or look out of the window. Martien, goedemorgen. Alan says my wife-to-be is fucking mental, but you are too, so that's a good match. Match made in heaven. Hadi Patrick, goedemorgen. Paul John loved the sound of the engines of the A350. There are 2 more expected from Delta and a few more will leave, like Singapore and Cathay, although those are often going from other runways. The Deltas, pretty certain, will leave from this runway. Now, some more heavy hitters from KLM are also coming this way. I see them now on the taxi road next to the centered runway on flight radar. Windmills are spinning, but those would spin pretty soon if there is just a slight breeze. Looking at the scale of chimney smoke, which is, truth be told, further land inward, more in the vicinity of the city of Amsterdam. It's in the port area, the west side, west of the city of Amsterdam. The water over here is still calm, almost like a mirror. Just a few ripples, just a slight breeze that you can feel over here. Unfortunately, no birds in the water have been sighted yet. Not over here. Now, I do see some birds swimming further north. That looks like a coot. And there's also some activity in the water over there. Here in the immediate vicinity, nothing to see yet. But that might change, you never know. We all know by now that ducks like to sleep in, so we might get to see some duck activity later. In the meantime, welcome to the show, everybody who has joined. Radio Red October is tuning in from Finland. Bruce747, good morning. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Evan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. Good morning, Sheila. Sheila also back. Fritz, guten Morgen. Welcome back. That's a triplet of airplanes coming this way, and there's already an Embraer 190, because what else? Here at the threshold, this Embraer 190 will be leaving for Christiansand, KLM flight 1185. Shamrock is coming, and 2 KLM wide bodies. That's the triplet. Dreamliner to Bogota is on the left, and on the right is a 777-200 to San Francisco. And we have Shamrock with an A320 to Dublin, Ireland, flight 603. Will it be first in, first out? Yes. Question is, will we get somebody going to Cheaters Lane? The answer is no. The wide bodies are certainly going to go to the threshold, and the Aer Lingus is too. Meanwhile, good morning, Lindsay, who is now watching the stream in biology lesson. Yesterday it was German, now it is biology. And the teacher still isn't seeing anything. Trader Dial is tuning in from down under. Good evening, mate. Tap Retals, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Sunny day here at Schiphol Airport. 2 wide bodies, the first 2 wide bodies of the show. There was another one, KLM flight 713, which was supposed to go to Suriname, but didn't. It turned around, went back to the gate. This is Aer Lingus flight 603. Before Aer Lingus will leave, I'm heading over to the computer to welcome Sebastian V. Sebastian just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the show and welcome to the Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence, mate. Be sure to use those custom emojis. There's 30 of them, and you now have unlimited access to them. This is Aer Lingus flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. And after that, 2 back-to-back wide-body departures, Ivo as well. Maybe I should formulate it more cautiously and say 2 wide-body airplanes will likely attempt to take off. Good morning, Georgios. Good morning, Stevo. Good morning, Steph, Kiki, and all the others. Danny, goedemorgen. All right. If all is well, this is the first wide body of the show taking off. KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia. That's next to... This is a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKG. That's Bravo Kilo Golf. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Howdy Frans, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the beginning of the Polderbaan. Used for departures as 36 left, together with the center runway open for departures until approximately 11. And then from 11 until 11:40, just this one runway will remain open Parallel departures once again from 11:40 until approximately 1 o'clock. And from 1 till 2, once again, all outbound traffic expected to take off from this runway. Marcel asks if something nice is in the planning for today. Absolutely. Planning on going to the gym tonight. Looking forward to that. You see the wings flex, they move up, you see the airplane rotate, and then all of a sudden all of the weight is carried by the wings and you can see the curvature forming. There you go, a flying AMS Live logo. And with respect to flights, Marcel asks, well, if all is well, the A340-600 to Paramaribo will be leaving somewhere in the next hour, if I recall correctly. Very much looking forward to that. There were a couple of 747s on the departures list, but you know how that goes. The timing is never according to the schedule on the departures list. So on paper there are a few 747s leaving for Milan and Luxembourg. Whether or not we are going to see them, I never know beforehand. Now this is KLM Asia flying to San Francisco. That's in the west of North Asia. It's KLM flight 605, 777-200 the PHBQH, 20 years old. Let's go. Wow. Elevators go up, ass comes down, nose goes up, and there you go. Now there's definitely some activity going on over there. The coots, I can hear them over here, bickering by the looks of it. Parallel departures still very much in progress. Center runway in use for departures as well. A 737 just took to the skies. We have narrow bodies over here for the time being. First next airplane to take off is, how could it be something else, an Embraer 190. It's like the default in-between airplane that we keep reverting to. Going to London City if all is well. KLM flight 983, 13 years old. Ricoet Verhoeven. Absolutely, Ricoet Verhoeven. Keep them coming, the good jokes. I'm sure we haven't exhausted all of the jokes that can be made. Alright. Parallel departures in progress. Something big is coming this way by the looks of it. Something big is coming this way. That is a 777 to Houston, by the looks of it. The Dreamliner to LAX is also approaching. QJ also back in the chat, goedemorgen. QJ asks, will this runway switch around to arrivals around 12? Well, I don't know, because I haven't had a look yet on Bezoekbus. Windfinder said that the wind was going to stay blowing from the northwest, northeast all throughout the day, and if that is going to stay the same, I'm not expecting any runway changes. Servus Agent T79. Alamin, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. This is KLM flight 1231, which will be leaving for Gothenburg pretty soon. 23 years old already, August 2001, the first flight of this airplane. EasyJet to Persenchester will be next after that. And after that, a wide body. That's the 777-200 to Houston, home of the house music. Alright, interesting. So, 777 has arrived. The Dreamliner to LA is over there. And we have an airplane on Cheaters Lane. And Bro 175 to Stavanger. That is undoubtedly going to take off as number 2, preceding the big airplanes that are going to the runway threshold. Lovely to see the Dreamliner in the background, passing by. Another big airplane is coming. That looks like an A330-300. EasyJet taking off now to Persenchester. Flight 22162. Here we go. Dime in a dozen, A320. And this is Jesus. Sibling of Jesus takes to his dad Joseph. Here we have KLM flight 1175 to Stavanger. The PHEXU, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. What up, Captain? Lovely. Hey, and it is one of our 3 blue members, Mr. Master. What is up, sir? Absolutely wonderful. Let's see, here we go. This is the moment, this is the day. It is Mr. Master, together with Officer Rudolph and with Captain Jerry, now the first three blue members. 24 months, aka 2 years of membership. Mate, good to have you back. Thank you for all the banter, all the support, all the coffee whenever you came by in real life. I'm looking forward to the next time we are going to meet in person. Although we said last time, warmer weather. We will need warmer weather. Rick, thank you so much for everything you have been doing to support the channel in those 24 months and before that. Both as a member and of course as a very valued moderator. Rick Meester, Yorkshire Biker, the first generation of moderators, the very first. Together with a couple of others. I think Infinity, yeah, Infinity was also in the first group. Amazing. Next weekend on the calendar, that looks like a good idea. Yeah, I think I am also free and am going to stream normally in the meantime. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And Lieve, the next to follow, to turn blue in 3 days from now. Absolutely wonderful. Rog, good morning. Bob, good evening. Thibaut, good morning. Karsten, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is KLM flight 601 to LAX. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. The PH BKF, 5 years old. First flight December 2019. Good morning, Fons and Wouter. You're right, Rick, you're right. Now the only thing that we have scheduled for next weekend is that Lisa's sister and her boyfriend are visiting Amsterdam from Belgium. So at some point, but probably in the evening, we are going to have a get-together. Next up, KLM flight 787 to Sint Maarten, an A330-200. It's the Fwok PHAOC, 19 years old, first flight this October 2005. But I don't think it's going. I think it is going to take the first exit and is also leaving. And we have our second of 3 blue members in the chat. It is Captain Jerry. What up, mate? The Fwok is now going to Sint Maarten. What the fuck? Another airplane is vacating via the first exit and is turning back for now. That is a sad sight to behold. Right, what the fuck is going on here today? That's the second KLM. Not yet, Mrs. Professor, not yet. In the meantime, good morning, John, Han, and all others. Arne, This is Air Baltic, which will be going to Riga. Bombardier C Series 300, aka A220, 3 years old, YLAAZ. As. The As is leaving for Riga. Right. The flock is not going anywhere, but the ass is. In the meantime, another wide body departure from center. That looks like a 777-300ER, which zooming out tells me is going to Cape Town. Cape Town, South. Rick asks which color is next. It is a orange orb with a gradient to, I think, a darker edge. It's a gradient. It's a gradient orb. I think if you go to the well, can you go to a join button if you're already a member? Probably not, right? If you're not a member and you click on the join button, you can also see the badges. And I'm not sure if you can see them. Orange Pride. Yeah, something like that. This is KLM flight 1030. No, 1031. The person Chester. A321neo, this is Fax C. First flight was in November last year. What? Jerry says the train trip is cancelled due to doctor's orders. Too much sitting down, too much risk of blood clots or something? Mate. So the whole trip is now off. That is so disappointing. Hope you've got a good cancellation insurance so that at least you don't have to suffer all the lost money. Flock is going for a second attempt. So while Flock is slowly moving to the threshold, more airplanes are coming. And in the meantime, Captain Jerry Donnelly is celebrating 24 months of membership. Great to have a blue badge. He's the very first. And Rick and Officer Rudolph, the second and third. And in a couple of days from now, Liwe will follow as fourth. Jerry, Jerome, thank you so much for the continued support. It's always nice to have you in the chat. Not just for the banter, but also for the laughs and the jokes. I'm sorry to hear that your train journey got cancelled. Now we're not cancelling any streams here, so at least you'll have that, but It's not the same as a 25,000 mile train journey that would have put you in the Guinness Book of Records. And you also lost a few dollars because of it, yeah. It's probably not fully insured, is it? You must be so bummed out. Now the fog is now actually taking off to Sint Maarten, seemingly successfully. Yeah, it's going. Is the gear retracting? It is. No hot shoe issues. And they are on their way after all. There's a little contrail visible over here. Quite clearly high pressure area. The contrails are vague and only very short. So, big picture overview. Over here we have an Embraer 190. What else? The Billund. EasyJet to Bristol. Air Baltic to Tallinn. Ryanair to Dublin. Triple 7 to Lima. And A320 to London Heathrow in the background. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. This is KLM flight 1293 to Billund. Another Embraer 190. The airplane type we've seen the most thus far in the stream today. And indeed, Alan, 2 KLMs doing the walk of shame. Oh no, Jerry. Jerry made it to San Francisco, Chicago and Seattle before the legs swelled up. It's probably I don't think that sitting down and not moving so much is probably not good for the leg. You probably need to keep the circulation more flowing. I can imagine, and if it is starting to swell up, that the doctors advise you to stop the to cancel the remainder of the trip. But what a bummer, mate! What a bummer. EasyJet A320 to Bristol in the meantime. Good morning, Marina Panta, and good morning, Stephen. We have another cheater on Cheater's Lane. This is BA to London Heathrow. Flight 429 A320. First up, Air Baltic to Tallinn. Well, Ryanair will be next, after that BA. because it is wide bodies coming in after that. The second A350 from Delta also now coming this way. So Delta this morning with 3 A350s returning to the United States. The first already took off. This is going to be number 2 and another one is still expected. Now, this is Ryanair to Dublin, flight 3101, 737-800. 15 years old. Good morning, Servus Peppy. And the A340 is coming, that is good news, Maria. Delta A350 in the background. And here we have BA, flight 429 to London Heathrow. Now it is time for KLM flight 743, a 777-300 to Lima in Peru. Hey, check it out, a special livery. Was that the Estonian flag? We saw that one last time we were here as well. Here we go, showtime, KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. The PHBVB, 17 years old, first flight March 2008. Alrighty, time for the second A350 from Delta this morning, and a third one will be next after that. After that we are going to see the special livery Estonian flag, if I recall correctly, from Air Baltic. Gives me a quick moment to go over to the computer, because Jerry just now went ahead and gifted 5 AMS Live memberships, which you really didn't have to do, mate, but thank you so much. Welcome to the Skylounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Jerry. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is taking off. This was the November 509 Delta November, 7 years old, first flight March 2018. So 3 Delta A350s today, and again a lot of brake dust. The wheels have stopped, but apparently they have... Oh no, I thought they were having hot shoes. You can see that the brake dust came out of the wheels before the wheels started to retract. Normally that would happen in more rapid succession. So for a moment I was thinking the gear was too warm to retract, or the brakes. But apparently that's not the case. It is time for more Air Baltic. This is the Estonian flag to Vilnius, flight 962. It's a Bombardier C-Series 300, nowadays called as and also known as A220s. It is 6 years old. First flight was in June 2018. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into aviation streams like these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. We're still a small channel in the big pond that is YouTube, and your like goes a long way to make the channel known among new people. Here we go. Up, and away. I hear a bird. I'm not seeing it. Where's the sound coming from? Hey, Jensosek, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. And Paul John, thank you for your kind words. He writes in Dutch, brilliant. Aviation videography. I do the best I can to give you the best footage I can possibly can make with my equipment. You can see that the paper towel dispenser is still empty and they haven't filled it up yet. Da 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 da. Check it out. First quad squad member of the show, the A340-600 with his twin jet nephew behind it. Is that his cousin? A330 Neo. And I do have vodka today, Zalurk, absolutely. Couldn't function without, now could I? Hey Tom, also back in the chat, good to see you mate. Lovely weather indeed. And Irvin is waiting for the Suriname Airways A340, well there you go, here it comes. SAS Neo in the foreground. More A330s are coming. Delta Airlines Flight 47 over there. And the third A350 from Delta is also coming over there. Absolutely smashing it here. Airbus invasion indeed. Fabio, goedemorgen. Polonaise on the runway, indeed, Marcel. It's not an invasion, it's a special operation. Special military operation. Indeed, Rick. Now with so many heavy hitters and SAS Flight 822 to Oslo and a mere A320 sandwiched in between all the heavy hitters, I wouldn't be surprised if SAS 822 went to the cheaters lane and would take off before the A340 will. We're missing out on another rare Embraer over here. Not KLM, which I am forgoing. A very special Embraer 190, which you hardly ever see over here. And looking to the left, indeed, as I expected, the narrow body is coming this way to take off before the heavy hitters will. So check it out. A340, A330neo, A320, A330-300, A350, Airbus galore. Record Case, good morning. Luan, good morning. Noah Jens, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Tom, thank you so much, mate. I just received a PayPal notification by photo for you, aka Tom. A very generous donation just now received from you via PayPal. Thank you so much, Tom. Very much appreciated. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. Thank you so much, Tom. Good morning, Chris. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Daan, goedemorgen. SCS on the way, and now it is time for a lot of heavies. It's all Delta for now. 4 consecutive Deltas. We have an A350, A330-300, A330neo, and first up the A340 to Suriname to Paramaribo in Suriname. SLM Flight 993, operated by USC. The Douse, 21 years old. Will it take off? Will it levitate? Okay. Rotate. Yes. The A340 can fly. You're witnessing it here on AMS Live. Meanwhile, good morning to all who have joined. Not yet very high in the sky, but Delta Airlines Flight 143 is going. A330neo on its way to Seattle, Washington. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. We might get a nice combo shot. With the more rapid ascent of the A330, I'm going to continue following it a little bit because there's the A340. What up, cuz? Already higher up, seemingly. Yeah, it is higher up already. What a difference in climb rate. One last goodbye to the A340-600 to Paramaribo. Delta Airlines Flight 47 next to take off. That's a regular A330-300 to New York, JFK. This was the November 809 November Whiskey, 20 years old, first flight March 2005. And the A330 already turning a bit faster on the outbound than its predecessor was. So no combo shot over here. One Ryanair narrowbody. A350 next, the third of Delta this morning, and then it is KLM widebodies time. And more coming. Time for the third A350 of the show. This is Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. 8-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Hey, Mr. Professor says that the A340 is at 3k feet. Finally. Adi Julian, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And if you've been enjoying the show so far but haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to bring in new people like yourselves, into aviation streams such as these, but who might not have heard of the channel yet. We are going to see Ryanair take off to NA first. That's a 737 MAX 8. And after that we are going to see KLM flight 567 to Kilimanjaro. KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. KLM flight 591 to Johannesburg, South Africa. And TUI to Curaçao. Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Hi Jessica, goedemorgen. Lovely weather indeed, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Standing here with just my vest on and a sweater below under it. Do still have the fingerless gloves on, although they might not really be necessary anymore. They do keep my hands a little bit protected from the sun. I have put on sunscreen on my face and neck and whatnot, but not on the hands. The Ryanair flight 2103 now also on flight radar, mentioned as going to Dublin, although on the label, not when I click on the airplane to see the details. Alright, wide bodies galore. More is coming. Have a look in the background and see what is on the move. For now, we are going to begin with this KLM flight 567. 777-200 going to Kilimanjaro, and that is in This was a PHBQI, Bravo Quebec, India. 20 years old, first flight November 2004. Next up, KLM flight 615, which will be leaving to Jerry's hometown, Portland, Oregon. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHF, that's Bravo Hotel Foxtrot. And is this the new livery? I think it is, yeah. With a deeper smile, quote unquote. Hey there, T-Mac, good morning. Bom dia, Vicinius, who is tuning in from Brazil. The airplane we're now looking at is 8 years old, began flying in April 2016. Portland! Oi, oi! Here we go. Up, and away. Let's quickly turn back because we're not done yet with all the wide bodies. A look in the distance will tell us more is coming. A look further in the distance tells us more wide bodies are coming. I even think I see something American. This is KLM flight 591 going to Johannesburg in South. Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Victor. The registration of this airplane, a 777-300ER. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Zolurk asks, do you like this updated livery? Well, I think it's okay, but not needed. I feel the same. It's also my sentiment towards the new livery of Korean. It's okay, but not needed. This is TUI flight 361, which will be leaving for Willemstad, Curaçao now. The JDL, Belgian registered, 11 years old, first flight November 2013. Either those engines don't go up that high in RPM, or it sounded much like a derated takeoff. It probably was the latter. Also considering the runway length needed to get off the ground. Mrs. Professor signing off. Bedtime for her. Thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. Hope you enjoyed. Sleep well. Hope to see you again soon. Hopefully tomorrow. In the meantime, quickly going over to the computer because Carol is now our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member, and I want to highlight that occasion. Carol, thank you so much for your support, for choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in. Many have gone before you, and if you need to know where stuff is, many other members will happily show you around. Don't forget to use those custom emojis you now have at your disposal. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Carol. Michael, good morning. Robin, good morning. And good morning to all others. Lulu, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, Lulu. So we have EasyJet over here. That's a small narrow body to cleanse the palate, and then it's back to the wide bodies. It's a Nyorio going to Celiac City, aka London Luton. So look away if you are gluten intolerant, it might give you the cramps. Oreo, Nyorio. And it's gone. Right. Pipeline over here. Air France. American. Delta. Klum. And more Klum. This is KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHI, that's Bravo Hotel India. 8 years old, first flight September 2016. John says, I think most of the UK is gluten intolerant. Might have to put that on a t-shirt. Hey, that's nice. Agar says that a buddy of his is in the KLM that will be leaving for Suriname in a few moments. Is your mate on the left, seated next to a window on the left hand side? Because if so, tell your friend if you can still reach him. To shine the light of his mobile phone. Well, I already created the word gluten intolerant in the font of AMS Live as a template to make new merch with, but I haven't gotten around to doing it. It's more time intensive than you think it might be. Since it is only a niche, I think people living outside the UK probably aren't that interested in a gluten intolerant t-shirt, but there you go. This is KLM flight 713 to Paramaribo, 777-300. And it was this airplane that, if you wind back and check the first 5 to 10 minutes of the stream, this was the airplane that was standing here, didn't move, and eventually went back to the gate. So I'm happy to see it still going, albeit a bit later. Good morning, Midvi. Good morning, Maurice. Good morning to all others who have joined. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is now time for Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. This is an A330 Neo, November 425 Delta X-ray, a year old, first flight October 2023. And the first American Airlines. Next, lining up behind me, Flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Roy, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. More Deltas underway. After this, we are going to get a brief intermezzo of narrow bodies, Air France and Ryanair. Jeff asks an interesting question. Does anybody know where the next airplane is from? Let's see. It has blue and red on the tail. It's pretty loud. Wherever could it be from? 7878 Dreamliner, November 804, Alpha November. 9 years old. K2 is making a ruckus. Predator bird sounds to chase away birds. The wind is picking up a little bit. More ripples in the water over there. You can also feel it over here. Nice cool breeze. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Looks like this. We have... Is that BA or is that the hybrid German Airways coming this way? No, it is BA. And it is airplane inception. BA A320 to London Heathrow, and behind it KLM flight 1799 to Düsseldorf. Air France flight 1341 to Paris is now leaving. That's an A320. Ryanair will be leaving next to Dublin. Another airplane to Dublin by Ryanair, flight 4210. Regular 737-800, 16 years old already, first flight January 2009. After that, to the threshold, a Delta A330, so I think that the two narrow bodies here on Cheaters Lane are going to take off before it. Because no wake turbulence that they need to wait for. Rob says, asks maybe a stupid question. No, there's no such thing as a stupid question. But what are those white domes on top of the planes these days? Well, one of the things that is in it is the antenna for Wi-Fi reception, so that people on board can have Wi-Fi. I thought there were also some other things stashed into it. It's also the personal suite of mothers-in-laws who can travel privately. And that is BA underway to London Heathrow, and here we have KLM. KLM flight 1799 to Düsseldorf. Redison guy also back in the chat. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the beginning of the Polderbaan, being used for departures. Primary runway, secondary runway, the center runway. We've seen 3 Delta A350s already. The A340 from Suriname also took off already. Paul also back in the chat. Good morning, Mr. Biker. And this is Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan, an A330. And Ted went to university, and ever since that, he's known as United. United will be leaving next. A United 767-300 to Houston, Texas. Before that, let's quickly have a look and see what the wind is doing by updating the METAR. Last time we checked, we didn't have a lot of wind. The wind was blowing from the northeast and was 7 knots. A refresh will tell us it's now 17 degrees C, and we still have wind blowing from the east now. That's interesting. Still cavalcade. Will be interesting to see what the wind is going to do later in the day. Yesterday it turned more to the southeast. It was expected to stay in the northeasterly corner, but if it is turning to the southeast, we might get to see a runway change. That would be unfortunate because we are not situated in a good location to be filming arrivals. This is United flight 21 to Houston in Texas. It's the November 655 Uniform Alpha. And this airplane is 32 years old already. First flight was in November 1992. Back then I still had 2 more years of elementary school to go. And I think I was just about to begin learning English. I think we started in the 5th grade back then, which I think for me was back in 91, 92 or something. Hey, Singapore assigned to 36 left. That's good news. Frozen French fries, aka bevroren patat, just now mentioned in the chat. Means an additional A350 in this show that we are going to see up close. Hi Marcel, goedemorgen. Lovely weather today, right? Absolutely. A350 Air China underway as well. What? Rick brings us good news, more good news. And this is Air Europa to Madrid. Flight 1098, 7878 Dreamliner. People are always surprised that they fly such a big airplane on such a nearby destination. And apparently they are able to fill the airplanes. Same can be said of Finnair, flying between Helsinki and Amsterdam. Although lately I haven't seen very much of the A350s, they have been flying them quite regularly, and I think they still do. So yeah, if the frequency is low and the demand is high, it warrants or justifies using bigger airplanes, even if you think they only use them on intercontinental destinations. Now we have KLM flight 1219 lined up, going to Stockholm, 737-900. The PHBCG, Boston Consulting Group. Fireworks have been set off. Happy New Year, courtesy of K2. What a job they have, driving around in an off-road vehicle. Well, no, not an off-road vehicle. Well, setting off fireworks, using sound effects. Again, fireworks. Happy New Year. KLM flight 1219, 6 years old. First flight March 2019, 737 on the way to Stockholm. Howdy Tim, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Welcome back all others who have joined. It's time for an angry looking A350. China Airlines going to Taipei. Sebastian is going again. And he says greets from greets back to you, mate. Thanks for stopping by. And Jay just returned from doing groceries. And Liwe is pissed off. Should have said that before. Liwe also still has a grocery list. Rick says, I wonder if that Wi-Fi antenna causes any drag. Obviously it does, just like how rear view mirrors on cars do. That is why they have made it into a somewhat aerodynamic shape to reduce the drag the most they can. Right, China Airlines to Taipei, A350-900 flight 74. That's A350 number 4 of today that we're seeing over here. Right, so the wind has turned and is now blowing from the east. Means crosswind departures. Not that you see a lot happening because there's not a lot of wind. That's why Rick took off any mirrors on his car. Need to save fuel nowadays. Yeah, it's getting more expensive by the day. It's becoming more of a luxury item, having a car, being able to drive. An elitist activity. This is KLM Flight 1005, which will be leaving for London Heathrow shortly. It's an A321neo. Another A320neo is coming from SAS as well. Hey, nice soundtrack promotion says that the walk to St. Maarten is now above Ireland. No idea what it was going on there. Yeah, well, same can be said of KLM Flight 713. It was also standing here. Then it went back. Now it has taken off and is also underway. So, KLM Flight 1005, slowly but surely turning onto the runway. A321neo, this is fax A. First flight July 2024, the first of the A321neos in KLM's fleet. After that, SAS Flight 556, A320neo to Stockholm. And after that, an A319 to Zagreb. Good morning, Silkenader, and all others who have joined. Happy Friday to you all. Sunny weather over here in the Netherlands. Fax A underway to London Heathrow. Expected time of arrival 45 minutes or so from now, 40 to 45 minutes. We also see some activity going on at the fire station. You can also see the windsock, not a lot of wind as you guys can see. Beautiful day here at Schiphol Airport, Cavalcade still. 17 degrees C, that's a tad under 70 F. 4 A350s we've seen, 3 of which were from Delta. And this is SAS Flight 556 to Stockholm, an A320neo. It's currently 11:26 AM. Here in the Netherlands, and that means that in 15 minutes from now the center runway will reopen as secondary runway for outbound traffic. Or will it? You have a moment to spare after this airplane has taken off. Let's have a look and see what the expected runway use is going to be, because yesterday we also saw a change in runway use. That was because the wind was turning from northeast to southeast as the day progressed. If the same is happening today, which they didn't forecast it would, but you never know. If it does, they might change runway use. So I'm curious to see what is going to happen in the upcoming hours. Silkenader says my friend is leaving at 12 o'clock to Milan. Anybody know if this will be on this runway? I think probably not. If the runway use is going to stay the same, by then 2 runways will be open for departures, and Milan usually takes the eastmost of the active runways for outbound traffic. In other words, it is very likely going to take off from the center runway in that case. But we are still able to see traffic taking off from the center runway quite well from over here. They call me Am, also back in the chat. Herzlich willkommen. Good evening, mate. I put the camera towards the threshold already. Let's have a quick look and have a look at Bezoek Bus to see what the expected runway use is going to be like, because the wind has turned a little bit. And I'm wondering what the expected runway use is looking like. They are saying takeoff Polderbaan, takeoff Polderbaan, takeoff Polderbaan, although it says asterisk. Oh, temporary work on the center runway, so Buitenveldebaan is then in use as a runway for departure. So they're not expecting any runway changes per se. That doesn't mean they're not going to if the wind changes. So it is always wind dependent, but for the time being, we're not expecting any changes in the runway use. That being said, then the departure to Milan is more than likely going to take off from the center runway, which will be open by then. Over here we have KLM flight 535. That's an A330-200 to Kigali. Kigali is in. And this is not FWOC, but FWOB. PHAOB. This particular specimen is 19 years old, first flight July 2005. Now, I see a quad squad contrail in the sky. Let's have a look and see how much detail we can catch of it. It is already moving away from the sun, so that is in our favor. Improves visibility and contrast. Here we go. Oh, is that Lufty? It doesn't look like it. It looks... I'm struggling a little bit to identify it. It doesn't look like Lufty, but then again, it is en route, which looks like to be from Frankfurt or Munich to the United States. So, was this indeed Lufty? Or was it something else? Ah, Star Alliance livery. There you go. There you go. Lufty 340-300. There you go. Now, I spy with my little eye and my camera another A350 coming this way. It's the Singapore Airlines A350. So that is A350 number 5, if I counted correctly. 3 deltas, Angry Chinese Angry Chinese A350, and then this one. Singapore Airlines flight 323. What else is in the pipeline? What else is in the pipeline? Lufty, JetBlue, EasyJet. Mostly narrow bodies seemingly. Turkish, also seemingly going out pretty soon, or has that just arrived? No, that is outbound. Let me see, what airplane, what filter have I enabled? Both. Oh yeah. So let's go to outbound only, so that I don't see anything on the platform that has arrived. Now, Turkish flight 1952, is it coming this way, or is it going to be one of the first, if not the very first airplane to take off from center, which is also going to reopen in 7 or so minutes from now? I expect the latter, but you never know. Right, Lufty in the Star Alliance livery. Wonderful day here, otherwise, have a look. The sun is shining Only here and there you can see small contrails. They're not very extensive. They dissolve pretty quickly today. Indication of low humidity and high pressure. Turning around to the east. The windsock is moving a little bit more now. Wind has picked up a little bit, even though the meter says only 7 knots. You can definitely feel when you're standing here and see by the ripples in the water. More is happening. And Donald is also over there. I already mentioned it earlier in the chat. Ducks. We've come to know them as Niles, and case in point, you never see them in the beginning of the stream. Always later in the stream do they pop up and then quickly fly away again. In the meantime, the Singapore A350 is nearing the threshold and is going to line up pretty soon. And what a looker it is. Beautiful machine and a livery that is gorgeous to boot. One of the prettiest airplanes out there. Together with A220s in the ITA livery, in my humble opinion. Timeless livery, Singapore Airlines. Modern yet retro by the stripe at the height of the windows. And she's pulling up flight 323 to Singapore. The 9 Victor, Sierra Mike Delta, 8 years old, first flight to June 2016. I'm hearing voices to my left. That's a mom and a little girl. Going for a walk in the field behind me. Mario says Singapore Airlines deserves an emoji. I'm not too sure about that. Even though it is a pretty airplane, we don't see it very often. It's only one airplane that you see. Does that really make it deserve an emoji? If it is an emoji that you can use only so rarely. If we were to have unlimited access to emoji slots, I would wholeheartedly agree. But given that they are becoming more rare to come by, I wouldn't say it's number one on my list of emojis to make next if another slot becomes available. Although maybe we can switch it up a little bit. At some point, maybe one of the older emoji we can temporarily or permanently retire. This is Lufthansa Flight 989 to Frankfurt, an A320. Shrubsy's mom, good morning. And Rick Brown is tuning in from Aruba. And good morning to Batu, who is tuning in as well today. Time for JetBlue. JetBlue to Boston. Now, before we went to the summertime over here, which I think is daylight savings time, right? That's daylight savings time. Whenever we would see JetBlue in the stream, it would be the JetBlue coming to or coming from or going to New York. And I've noticed that ever since the clock went forward an hour, every time we've seen JetBlue in the stream, it was coming from or going to Boston. Bob says Singapore gets emoji at Sydney, however there are at least 4 Singapore flights daily. That's exactly my point. It's an emoji that you can use more regularly over there. Then again, we do have playtime, which is also only one flight that we see, but we do almost see it. We do see it nearly all streams. EasyJet to Stansted, A319. Parallel departures have once again begun. Means we have to wait a little bit before we can see the next airplanes, because they now have to go around the center runway. You can already see that United Airlines is on the move, or United, another 767 going to Washington. And the CRJ to Munich is now number 2 to take off from the center runway. Despite a higher ambient air temperature, with the wind my nose is still susceptible to get a bit stuffed. Quick invitation of the elephant back into the room has sorted that. Next departure from center is going to be a CRJ, Lufthansa flight 2303, on its way to Munich. And around the same time, United flight 947 to Washington is going around the southern threshold of the runway that the CRJ is on, coming this way. Now with the reopening of center, I can already see that the Turkish A330 is on the taxiway to the center runway, as expected. And the CRJ is on the move. Lufthansa flight 2303 to Munich. Now, unfortunately, for us, the Sun Express preceding the Turkish will also be going to the center runway. It has a nice Eintracht Frankfurt special livery. Adler im Anflug is what it says. I don't think we've seen that one before yet. We will be able to see it from the side, of course, from over here. It's not the same, of course, as when it is taking off right in front of us. Meanwhile, over there in the tower, a couple of controllers busy. Daniel has to go. and Diane too. Thank you for stopping by, guys, and hope to see you again later in the weekend. Air France A220 to Paris, lining up on the center runway now as we speak. Batu asks if Turkish took off already. Not yet, not yet. It's queuing up. But there are 3 more airplanes preceding it, so Turkish will have to wait for a little bit. Now I'm not seeing anything other than United coming this way on short notice. There's definitely airplanes coming. I see the Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston is also on the move. But it is still on the east side of the terminal building. So it still has to go around the main platform area, then come this way. The downside of departures at Schiphol Airport is that there's always these breaks where you have to wait a little bit before action resumes. You do know it will always resume sooner or later. Gives us some time to have a look at long distance shots of airplanes taking off from the center runway. This is a Bombardier C-Series, or A220s as they're called these days, Air France to Paris. Flight 1445. That was a Bombardier C-Series 300. And a cheater Air Arabia Maroc. Probably a relocation flight looking at the flight number to Brussels. Via Cheater's Lane of center. And the Sun Express, the Kayseri, is now taking off from center. That's a special livery. Let's see how much detail we can see of it from over here. Here it comes. Another Eintracht Frankfurt livery. Adler im Anflug. Oi, oi, oi. Meanwhile, over here, K2, doing an inspection of the runway. How's life working out for you? Going in circles? Turkish A330 now lined up on center, next to take off by the looks of it. Although first the cheater A320 to Brussels. Hey, finally, something coming this way. This is United flight 947 to Washington. That's a 767-300. And there's the Air Arabia Maroc to Brussels. A320 using Cheater's Lane. Next up should be Turkish, taking off from center. Lena says, Adler im Anflug, where's the bird controller? Get over here. Have to chase away the eagle. Alright, we're awaiting Turkish now, which should be next to take off to Istanbul, flight 1952, A330-300. In the meantime, we have United coming this way and EasyJet behind it. Here's Turkish. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul. Traffic to the Polderbaan. United flight 947 to Washington, 767 300 32 years old already, this specimen. It began flying in August 1992. It's the month I turned 10. Still in elementary school back then. Two to 3 years of learning English under my belt back then. EasyJet is also approaching A319 to Glasgow, and I wonder, given that it has to wait for wake turbulence, otherwise if it is going to Cheater's Lane to precede the 767. Ooh, it's slowing down. It's slowing down. Yeah, but it is continuing. It is continuing to the threshold, so it's going to be first in, first out. Or is it? Because now United is holding short quite a bit of distance from the actual threshold. Why is that? And good morning, Kjell. Good morning, Adri. Dallas Aviation, good morning. And all the others who have joined, welcome to the show, guys. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. Beautiful sunny weather. The A340 already left, as did no less than 5 A350s. This is the second 767 we are going to see. United stopped for birds, Lance says. There you go, you know. Now you know which is more important here. Birds or planes. Here we go. United flight 947 to Washington. 767 300. 32 years old. No? Yeah, 32. Up, up and away. And thank you for your kind words, Dion. Dion writes in Dutch, it's so nice to watch your streams. You show what goes on at Schiphol and around Schiphol so well. Thank you for your kind words, mate. Happy to hear that you are enjoying. Hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying the content and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people. People like yourselves who are into aviation, live streams like these. People who haven't come across the channel yet. Adrian says OH88 almost at the fire station. Now what is OH88? A little van probably. I do see a little van over there. Is that OH88? Or is that... No, that's just a truck. No idea what's going on there. Do you know that EasyJet is spooling up? That's an A319 to Glasgow. Up, and away. Twin jet, Air Icarus, over here, moving away from the sun. Might be BA. Bottom of that airplane looked a lot like the bottom of this airplane. Alabama Al also back in the chat. And Danny as well. Hard to stay in too. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to the show. Well, I say good morning. Still 5 minutes of morning left here. And an hour and 5 minutes of parallel departures. Max 9. Corendon to Hurghada. Just now took to the sky from center. And over here, BA flight 431 to London Heathrow. The GEUUV. Golf Echo Uniform Victor. 17 years old, first flight March 2008. Right. Back in wait mode. Where's the next airplane? And where will it be going to? It looks like another Embraer 190 to Aberdeen is now on its way. And Alabama Al says bird strike at 11:54:48. I haven't seen a thing. But apparently there was another one. Paul also back in the chat. More Pauls. Hey Elias, good to see ya. Adrian says A340 above Amsterdam. I think I have it. I think that's probably this one. You can see the contrails being produced today are relatively small. Absolutely clear indication we are under the influence of high pressure here in the Netherlands. And Nagar says that the airplane to Suriname at the beginning had air conditioning problems. Right. Thanks for letting us know, mate. Another mystery solved. Now, there are a couple of big birds coming this way. Delta, TUI, KLM, all wide bodies coming this way. Narrow bodies coming first. KLM flight 913 to Aberdeen and Embraer 190. Because always Embraer 190s. After that, EasyJet A319 to Birmingham. But if you look on flight radar, there's already a triplet of wide bodies coming this way. 3 consecutive wide bodies. Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York, also on the move. Coming this way. Jesse asks, where's the TUI headed out for? Bonaire. Bonaire. Uffel80 says, nice, that's the A340 I flew on recently. That was passing by overhead. And Wilma also back in the chat. Goedemorgen Wilma. Well, good afternoon I should say. Goedemiddag. And also Hinko, goedemiddag. So yeah, the airplanes are coming. 2 narrow bodies coming first. A triplet of wide bodies is approaching as well. They're all probably going to go to the runway threshold. This one at least is. Let's have a quick look and see. Orange Pride is also approaching, arriving from Panama City. This is the weather in the METAR. Wind blowing from the east, 7 knots, 17 degrees C. Now the wind once again in the northeasterly corner. Picked up a little bit. It's still 17 degrees C, but the wind speed is now 9 knots. It's still CAV OK. So, not much in terms of changes in the weather. I'm happy to see that the wind at least is back in the northeasterly corner and isn't moving further south like it was yesterday, because that might induce a runway change, and we're not situated at the right location to be seeing arrivals on this runway. We would have to go further north, so that probably would have meant end of stream. Meanwhile, the EasyJet also opting to take off from the threshold, and the triplet of wide bodies, at least 2 of the 3 already visible. And Spinkso Brian says, yo, yo, yo back. In the meantime, Tarom taking off in the background from center to Bucharest. One of the Den Airs again. Bye bye, Danny. And there's the nice triplet of wide bodies. Delta A330neo, TUI 7878, and on the far right, KLM A330-300. Now if you guys could give me a heads up when the Orange Pride is on final, I can at least try to show you what we can see from over here. The backlight will probably mean not a lot of detail and color, but hey, if it passes us by in the background, might give it a go. Meanwhile, over here, EasyJet to Birmingham, A319, flight 27841. Two minutes for the Orange Pride. If you guys would be so kind to give me a heads up when it is in the vicinity of New Vennep. And I still have a few moments to point the camera in that direction. In between wide bodies that are now also going to take off. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts is lining up over there. It's an A330neo. And before it is taking off, I am going to the computer and welcome Jill Bait the Empire. What a name, lovely name. As our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Jill, thank you for your vote of confidence in choosing the AMS Live Aurora Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in. You now have 30 custom emojis at your disposal that you can use and abuse however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but members are always allowed to use custom emojis to their heart's desire, so please do so. And what a roar that airplane makes. Just 2 years old. Incredibly dirty left inner flap. Right. Orange Sprite on final. At New Vennep, 1200 feet. So yeah, should become visible pretty soon then. Is this the Orange Sprite then? I think it is. It sure looks like it. That is TUI underway to Bonaire. (7878) Dreamliner. And the quad squad is coming this way. Air Icarus. And in the meantime, KLM flight 691 to Toronto, Canada, lined up over here, ready to go at a moment's notice. It's the fuck off. PHAKF, Papa Hotel, Alpha Kilo Foxtrot, fuck off. And it is 10 years old, first flight October 2014. Here it goes. Hadi RDW, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Fuck off. A very typical Dutch direct name for an airplane. Instead of saying go away, just simply say fuck off. Not sure if the mic picks it up, but those scoots over there are making a ruckus. They're quite loud actually. Looking at the parking lot of the official Spottersplatz, you can see Urfried is for sale. The French fry truck is already there. Let's have a look. That quad-engined contrail. Bit further in that direction, a bit higher. There it is. Lufty 747 question mark. Sure looks like Lufthansa. Qatar cargo going to center. That's a pity. And again, everything going to the east until 1 o'clock is going to take off from center more than likely. Delta Airlines flight 49 is coming next. That's going to New York JFK. After that we are seeing an EasyJet A320neo, which is going... Hey... For a brief moment it looked like something was smoking, maybe an engine starting or something. Or was it caused by the left engine of the A330? Huh. EasyJet A320neo to Birmingham. Let's see, Emirates flight 146 going to Dubai. And Roy says in Dutch, cameraman, don't cuss. Such a waste of your beautiful stream. Thank you, I'm not cussing. And if you can't stand cussing, you might want to switch to a different live stream, because then this channel is not for you. Right, El Al, going to Tel Aviv. 777-200. It's been a while since we last saw it. Lovely 777-200 going to Tel Aviv in Israel. Flight 338, the 4X ECE, 17 years old. First flight June 2007. Finn asks, what camera do you use? It's a Canon XA60. Let's see, is the EasyJet going to use Cheater's Lane so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the A330 to dissipate? The answer is sadly no. It's going to continue going to the runway threshold. Bruno asks, what's the reg of this airplane? It's the OELSW. Bird control standing high and mighty on what looks like a small dike. Hey Eversteria, what is up, mate? Have I missed any small birds? You have. Plenty of Embraer 190s we have seen thus far. This is Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York JFK. A330neo. It's the November 433 Delta X-Ray, brand new. First flight December 2024. up, and away. Still not a cloud to be seen here in the sky. Everything is blue. The only thing that's not blue sky is contrail remnants, but they dissipate quite rapidly. The Netherlands well under the influence of high pressure, not a lot of humidity in the air, and a lot of absorption capacity. Now, let's see. 4 airplanes are coming this way that are taxiing next to the center runway. E2 Embraer, 737, Embraer 175, EasyJet with something narrow body. Edward says that the camera zoom is so insane. Well, it's mostly digital zoom that makes it insane. Top end of optical zoom is about over here. I'm already a little bit in digital zoom. This is the top end of optical zoom. Roughly equates to 600 millimeters full frame. What I often do is I've enabled a digital zoom, but yeah, you're just enlarging pixels and not so much details. When used with moderation, it still works okay-ish. But this is the top end of optical zoom. I often go further using digital zoom, which you have to use in moderation. This is just being at top end of my optical zoom. So you see, without enabling digital zoom, the footage is much less impressive. Using digital zoom with moderation really helps to enhance the experience. Also allows me to zoom in further. Whenever, for instance, you can see into the cockpit, that's digital zoom. And Roy says, cussing is never acceptable. I respectfully disagree. I think something is weird when people never cuss. If they crop up their emotions, that's very dangerous. Maybe you're better off going to a different channel then, Roy. Indeed, Edward, Roy should probably never visit Australia. Australia, England. People who never cuss. Jess says, as Roger Melly, the man on the telly, used to say, bollocks. Indeed. Hadi Mieke, goedemiddag. E2 Embraer 195 to Dublin is turning onto the runway. Gives me a quick moment to go back to the computer and congratulate Shrubsy's mom, who is celebrating a month of membership and watching from Australia. God damn it. We have viewers from Australia watching. Cheers for the support, mate. Your name is a tongue breaker for me as a non-native English speaker, but that's a nice practice. And I feel the same, Wouter, who says people who never cuss scare me a little. All those pent-up emotions, it's healthy to ventilate and let go of your emotions at time. As Ricky Gervais says, just because you feel offended doesn't mean you're right. A380 north above Hoorn. That's pretty far away. I think I might be able to see it. There's just one contrail over there in the vicinity of what I think is Hoorn. Is it higher or lower? It's higher. That's probably the A380 then. Yeah, Emirates A380, quite clearly recognizable. A350 1000 to Hong Kong has come alive, but it is 12:20, so I guess it is going to the wrong runway then, isn't it? So Lurk says, we Hungarians, we're best at cussing. We can say long sentences, only cussing. Effing amazing. Right, in the meantime, we have some narrow bodies taking off over here. This is an A319 EasyJet to Bristol. And we have a 737-900 to Edinburgh coming next. And a big hug to Reginaldo. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Now, let's see. Over here we have KLM flight 927 to Edinburgh. 737-900, the PHB XS Bravo X-Ray Sierra. It is 23 years old. First flight was in October 2001. Ton says, I think you're the only live channel at the moment. A few have disappeared during the last months? Question mark. I have no idea, mate. I do know that Bart is not allowed to live stream here at Schiphol because he now works for Schiphol Group. Apparently they can lay such rules onto him. But other than that, I have no idea, mate. Dutch Vigilante asks if this is the Polderbaan. It certainly is. Stephen Kelly says, friendly cursing is allowed. Those that disagree, fuck off. That was just a registration of the A330, right? PHAKF. Fuck off. Right, another duo of airplanes is approaching. Now, unfortunately, the A350 1000 will be taking off from center, and taking off from center right now is Emirates Flight 146. That's a 777-300 on its way to Dubai. Wind is picking up slightly. I notice it's a bit gusty at times when doing these long distance follows. I think I'm going to enable image stabilizer. I think it might make things a bit more smooth when following planes taking off from center. Both airplanes on their way to the threshold. Finnair today with an A321, and hey, the doors were open. Are they taking a piss? I still remember when we were at the Kaagba. I thought, hey, what's the bird controller doing? He's stepping out of the vehicle. Are there bird remnants or anything? And he was just taking a leak. So Finnair, flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki, taking off as first of the two airplanes. The other one will be taking off to Inverness, KLM, flight 903. Finnair flight 1302, going to bloody Helsinki. Oh, bit of crosswind apparently. That was quite clearly visible. Hey, and the moon is also out, albeit a bit vague. And Piotr says, hi mate, how's Fokker PHOFE from Panorama? Well, it's still standing there. If you go there, you can still visit it. It is publicly accessible. The retired Fokker 100 at the Panorama rooftop terrace at the terminal building. This is KLM flight 903 to Inverness in Scotland. Wide bodies to the east, in the meantime taking off from center. 777-200 to Mumbai. You could also see a wide body taking off in the background just now when Finnair was ready to go. Let's see, the A350 to Hong Kong is on the taxiway to the center runway as expected. The next wide body coming this way looks like it'll be United Airlines flight 908 to Washington. Air Canada flight 809 also on the move. Bom dia Marcos, good to see you again mate, welcome back. SAS, going to the threshold. The airplane behind it is KLM to Göteborg. SAS will be going to Copenhagen. The sun already relatively high in the sky this time of year. During the shortest day, just 14 degrees above the horizon at its peak. That's about in the center of the field of view over there. During the longest day over here at 52 degrees, it's above 60 degrees. And indeed, Peter, no clouds at all, just contrails, but even those only short and brief. Does look like there is another quad engine airplane coming this way. Still pretty far away, but coming. Probably still flying in the south east of the Netherlands, or east. Padevat, also back in the chat, says, hello, have you seen the April Fool's joke of Flight Radar? I haven't, but I've heard of it. Jeff mentioned it earlier in the stream. BA with a flight to New York at 51,000 feet in 3.5 hours. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Klaartje the flyer tuning in from Belgium. For now. Here we have SAS. SAS will be going to Copenhagen, flight 1548. Up, up, and away. And was that then the 747 that I saw, the quad-engined airplane? Ah, above Utrecht, 747. Here it is, it's coming. Approaching quickly. Just a small contrail, as you guys can see. High pressure. Hey, what's that I'm hearing? It sounded more wide body than it actually is. Now in the meantime over here, Gary Grebe. He was diving under. And there he is re-emerging. Yeah, Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. Bloop. Let's quickly have a look at the contrail, which is a 747. Looks like old logo Lufthansa, where the logo is yellow. Let's quickly go back because United is also over here. United flight 908 to Chicago O'Hare. 7878 Dreamliner, November 27901. 12 years old, first flight December 2012. Shrubsy's mom leaving. See you later, thanks for joining. United is going up and away. And Lufty is still flying over there. Yeah, wind is picking up a little bit, even though I have image stabilizer enabled. Bit difficult to follow those airplanes. And there's even two, they're multiplying. Two coots over here. Although hardly ever simultaneously above the waterline. And that was a Lufty 7478 to Chicago. Thanks for chiming in, guys. This is an E2 Embraer 195 which will be leaving for Billund soon. And I'm also expecting the A350-1000 to leave pretty soon. Where is it? It is now number 2 for center. Jill says they know you're pointing the camera at them. Absolutely. Those grebes have a sixth sense and dive under as soon as they sense that the camera is pointing at them. Right, so there's a Transavia now lined up at the threshold of the center runway, and after that it is going to be the Cathay Pacific A350-1000. Yeah, you can see at the point of rotation the wind is picking the airplane up and they drift a little, they wobble a little. You can see the wind is impacting the airplane. We still have to wait for the next airplane to take off over here. Air Canada is the next airplane coming this way, flight 809, and I'm waiting for the emergence of the A350 Cathay Pacific, which is now spooling up and is on the roll. A350-1000 to Hong Kong, Cathay Pacific flight 270, registration Bravo Lima X-ray Bravo. There it is, 6 years old, first flight August 2018. Just double checking, I have enabled image stabilizer, haven't I? I have. The wind is interfering a little bit with following at times. Beautiful machine. In some respects, this vantage point is even better to see the airplanes from the side than if they were to take off from the runway we are standing closest by to. they know, and they immediately dive under. Bastards. What did I ever do to them to deserve this? Arne says, I saw a Qatar 777 cargo arriving. But is it leaving? And is it leaving via the Polderbaan or not? That's the question. Paper Chase asks if I've ever been to the USA. I haven't. It's on my to-do list. For a long time, actually. Celine asks if the grebes eat plants or fish. Don't know. No, they do eat fish. I have. In fact, if you go to my videos tab, one of the videos I posted there was a baby grebe that was swallowing a fish whole. Was big fish, and I for a brief moment I was even concerned that it wasn't going to swallow it whole and it was going to choke on it. So big was the fish. Have a look at it. It's quite endearing. Gook, gook, gook. It goggled it down whole. They definitely eat fish. I'm pretty sure that they eat everything that is edible that they come across. Right, Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto is almost at the threshold. Wrong livery though. We have a custom emoji, but not in this livery. That was a video from the Kaagbaan back in spring, I think 1 year or 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago already. Air Canada flight 809 in the meantime, going to Toronto, 10 years old, first time May 2014. Wind is definitely picking up. The water is being more curvy and wavy. The windsock is also more active. And over here, the so manyth Embraer 190 of KLM. KLM flight 1177 this time around, going to Stavanger. PHEZO, Vizo. Vizo is 15 years old, first flight March 2010. Hey there, Anka. Welcome back. Anka says, what did I miss? Whoa, we've seen 5 A350s here taking off from the runway we are standing next to, the Polderbaan. 3 of them were from Delta, so that was quite exceptional. Suriname A340 also took off from this runway. Jill asks, what city in the US is on your bucket list and what plane would you want to fly, want to take flying there? Well, ideally I would want to fly on a 747 because that is also still on my bucket list. That means I would have to fly or drive to Germany first and take Lufthansa. And there's still so much I want to see. Obviously the big cities, but also all the national forests and whatnot in the west. I'm also curious how skiing is in the center of the country. Then again, you can also ski in the northeast. You can also ski in California. So much to explore still. Howdy Lauwe, goedemiddag. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the show. All others who have joined. Parallel departure still in progress for another 15 or so minutes. After that, an hour of power with just Polderbaan open. We haven't seen a single 747 yet. There were a few scheduled. I also never saw any of them taking off from the center runway. Peter says, boycott USA. Why would I want to do that? Beautiful country with beautiful nature. This is the Herpa Derpa Derpa. Good idea. Go to Germany. You can go fast on the Autobahn. That is absolutely true. Although, even in Germany, some voices say maybe we should limit it. Itchy, scratchy, 75 years of it. Absolutely. 75 years of herpes going viral. Flying on behalf of KLM today, going to Aalborg, flight 1285. And away it goes. Going viral once again. Alrighty, here we go. KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham. And after that, ladies and gentlemen members, here we go. Playtime, once again. "24 years old already, this airplane. First flight was in July 2000. Time to get the chat read. Because it is playtime, ladies and gentlemen. Flight 461 going to Reykjavik. A320neo, the TFPPC, that's Papa Papa Charlie. The airplane 2 years old, first flight October 2022. And after that, talking about itchy and scratchy, if you are gluten intolerant, the next airplane might give you the cramps. Showtime. This is EasyJet flight 22516 to London Luton, an A320. We saw GZUP already, and this is GZUP. GZUP is 13 years old, first flight February 2012. What is up, GZUP? Right, now we have to wait a little. It's 9 minutes to 1. That means in 9 minutes from now the center runway is going to close. Might even happen sooner than that, although there is still a 787-10 to Nairobi, Kenya now lined up and ready to go. I also see that a Anadolu jet to Istanbul is on the taxiway to the center runway, or a jet. Should be coming next, 787-10 to Nairobi, Kenya. Wind certainly has picked up a little bit compared with the beginning of the stream, but I can feel it is still blowing from the northeast, so runway change will not be affected. Yesterday the wind turned to the south, and that invoked a runway change. Now that doesn't look like it is going to happen again. So I think runway use is going to stay the same. Bob is signing off. It's time for his beauty sleep. Thank you for joining, mate. Yeah, of course, it is Poets Day. Piss off early tomorrow, Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your Poets Day as well, Bob. Sweet dreams. Hadi Johan, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. And Alameen asks why your time zone change. Historically, it had to do with saving on the cost of energy. By switching it up, it means that we are having more daylight in the evening and have to pay less for our fuel to fuel the lights. I think it was it in the oil crisis in the 70s that it was introduced over here? I'm not sure that it was, but something to that extent. It would also... No, wait. No, I think that was a predominant reason, wasn't it? Oil crisis, yeah. Dion also has to go. Thanks for joining, Dion. Celine says, happy National Pancake Day. Hadi Marianne, goedemiddag. Right, so it was the oil crisis in the 70s. And it's, I think, the last weekend of March over here, and then the third or last weekend in October that the clocks are turning back. I think here in the Netherlands at least. Yeah. Ah, Sarah also back in the chat chiming in. Hey there, Sarah, good to see you again. And Sander says that the Dutch government introduced summertime in 1977 so that the Netherlands would have the same time as the neighboring countries. Since 1980, summertime is arranged on a European level. Right. I'm also seeing that the wide bodies are now traversing the center runway directly and not going around it any longer. So it looks like the A-Jet to Istanbul is going to be the last airplane taking off for now from the center runway. And that means that we are in the power hour between 1 and 2 o'clock, where just one runway is open for outbound traffic, and that runway is the one we are standing next to, the Polderbaan. Should be good. Means we are going to see some wide bodies in the upcoming hour. A couple of them are already approaching. 2 more are traversing the center runway and are visible in the background as we speak. So we have KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas. That is now in the foreground, moving from left to right. And on the far left in the background, Air Canada flight 901, bank robber livery to Montreal. The KLM that you see just to the right of the tower is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao. That's a 777-300. And the airplane behind it is a KLM 777-200 to LAX flight 603. Hi Clementia, goedemiddag. Welcome back, good to see ya. Hey there Ahmad. And Ahmad says, it's more fun when you watch with Flight Radar 24. You're absolutely right, It adds to the experience. If you want, you can also listen in on ATC. I don't add it in my streams, but you can use it and listen to it for free on liveatc.net. If you want to hear what they are doing. One of our new custom emojis, one of our 2 latest, over there. Together with Quad Squad. The new custom emojis over here on the channel. Indeed, Jill. Jill found them. Don't be afraid to use those custom emojis whenever you want, whether appropriate or not. This is KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas, 787-10 Dreamliner, the PH-BKM. First flight May 2023. In other words, a year old. Soon too. Last time I checked the METAR, it was 17 degrees C. It's probably warmer than that by now. Air Canada is turning onto the runway. Let's have a quick look and see what the METAR is saying. The wind is also picking up. It was 9 knots in the METAR last time I checked. Now it's 10 knots and the temperature has risen to 18 degrees C. It is still CAV okay, means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. We already knew that. We could see that just by looking all around us. Not a cloud in the sky. And wide bodies are coming. Air Canada lined up right now. Air Canada to Montreal. 7878 Dreamliner. 10 years old, first flight April 2014. Bank robber look, it took our money. Background, I saw what probably was the last airplane to take off from the center runway. So this is KLM flight 735. I need more vodka. Going to Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300 the PHBVK. She's 11 years old. First flight was in May 2013. Nice, nice typing there, dear Contour. Air Canada, Montreal, 787. And a nice comfy 84 degrees or 28°C where Sarah is. Or at least that's what it will be. This will be the warmest day here in the Netherlands for the next couple of weeks. After today, the temperature is expected to drop. The temperature's high today will be around 20°C or roughly 70°F. But not a droplet of precipitation is expected in the next 2 weeks. Ground here is already dry. If you drive past flower fields or agricultural fields, you can already see that the farmers are spraying to make sure that the crops don't fail. This is KLM flight 603 to LAX. 777-200 the PHBQG, that's Bravo Quebec Golf. She's 20 years old, first flight April 2004. Hey there Amelie. Hey there Steven. Hey there Björn. Welcome back guys, good afternoon to you all, happy Friday. It's Poets Day, piss off early, tomorrow's Saturday. So yeah, you can expect streams on all the regular streaming days from me. Beautiful sunny weather for the next 2 weeks. And this is KLM flight 1711, which is going to go to Luxembourg. One of the many Embraer 190s that we have seen already in the show. There have been so many. Not as much, no. We've also seen A350s quite a lot. Among which 3 from Delta. The Singapore A350 also took off from this runway. And this is the Feather PHEZR. 14 years old, first flight August 2010. And we have a queue of narrow bodies for the time being over here. 1, 2, 3. And the pipeline is filling. Is that Air Oink coming this way? It looks like it, doesn't it? It is Air Oink. And also one of KLM's A321neos. The one we're seeing in the background is going to Lisbon. First up, Embraer 190 time, KLM flight 1711. Next will be KLM flight 1955, which will be leaving for Athens. There's also a twin contrail over there moving away from us. That looks like United. Is that a United Dreamliner? I think it might be. Hey, are we having our first cheater on Cheater's Lane? The A321neo. No, it just overtook. It just overtook another airplane. False alarm. Nothing to see. KLM flight 1955 to Athens, 737-800. Wi-Fi on board by the looks of it. The PHHSD, wasn't that an old airplane from Transavia? Not sure. 14-year-old airplane. Hey, de Sparta, goedemiddag. Ricardo is leaving. Fijne dag, Ricardo. Tot later. Martin also in the chat, good to see ya. PFG Holland, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Used for departures. Now the only runway for an hour. E2 Embraer 195 to Copenhagen. KLM flight 1271. The PHNXW. Hailing from the year 2024, already a year old according to Flight Radar, so the first flight probably was in the first 3 or 4 months of the year. The Flight Radar glitch still present. Where it's not showing the month, the first month of the, well, the month of the first flight. With some airplanes it does, well, most, luckily still, but not with all. The weird thing is, it also does it with airplanes that it used to do it with. So I know the airplane formerly known as Chucky, the DAPRI, or Dupree. Back when it was still Chucky, Flight Radar mentioned the first flight was in January of 2008. So I know that by now, but if you now look on Flight Radar, whenever you see the DAPRI, you click on it, it just says 2008 and the month isn't specified. So I don't know why it is withholding information that is available. Anyway, I'm digressing. This is German Airways flying on behalf of KLM to Nuremberg. And Bart confirming that the HSD used to belong to Transavia. What is going on over there? Well, there you go. Agricultural activity always happening here around the airport terrain. We're surrounded by agricultural land here. Flower fields and agriculture. So there's always something happening here. Wind certainly is picking up a little bit. This is the A321 to Lisbon. KLM flight 1583. This is Fax D. First flight of this airplane was in December last year. Wide bodies are approaching. Hey, K2. K2 also appearing. Good afternoon to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Here we have Emirates Sky Cargo. Emirates Sky Cargo to Dubai World Center. More is coming in the background. The semi-German Airways semi-BA livery hybrid. I think the next airplane is going to be Air Oink Oink to Istanbul. It certainly is. Flight 1252, Air Oink Oink A321neo to Istanbul. The TC RBG. 4-year-old airplane, first flight October 2020. And I think that the hybrid is coming this way via Cheaters Lane. The German Airways BA hybrid livery. K2 just now passed by here. Bird control K2. And we do have another contender here on Cheaters Lane. It is the German Airways hybrid livery BA. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. We'll be going to Bremen. As Celine says, I thought they did the Hawks for bird control at Schiphol. They don't. They have bird control pickup trucks driving 24/7. They have flares, they have sound effects mimicking the sounds of predator birds to chase away the birds over here. Actual Hawks are not used at Schiphol, at least not that I know of. Maybe they did so in the past, but not now. Cheetah's Lane. And meanwhile, there's not one airplane, but two airplanes in Cheaters Lane, and that means we have airplane inception. And this Embraer 190 is KLM flight 1763 to Bremen. Alright, so what is the order of appearance going to be? I think Emirates will be first. No, wait, Delta. Delta and then Emirates. Another Delta is standing over there. And over here we have Delta Airlines flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan. A330neo. November 401 Delta Zulu. 5 years old. First flight May 2019. Line up at the threshold to my right. And leaving for Dubai World Center in a few moments is going to be Emirates Sky Cargo. Flight 9920. This is the A6EFO Echo Foxtrot Oscar. 10 years old, first flight October 2014. Right, a couple of narrow bodies first. I think the narrow bodies at the threshold will go first, then the cheater in cheater's lane, and then the Delta, which is the first wide body that is going to take off from the threshold. The Yin Team Stripes also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy, and this is the Power Hour where we are going to see all the departures taking off from the Polderbaan, the only runway in use for departures right now. If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people. People like yourselves who like cussing, but who also like airplanes. This is KLM flight 1789. Going to Hanover pretty soon. The PHEXL, 8 years old, first flight January 2017. And there are 4 airplanes now queued up behind it. And I'm looking around me to see if there's a reason for the hold up, and just as I'm doing that, obviously it is going. No bird control on the runway or anything. Oh? So it is the 737 after all that is going to take off next. KLM flight 1755, 737-700 to Hamburg. The PHBGQ, Yankee Bravo, Golf Quebec. 13-year-old airplane. Thirteen-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011 this was. And the next airplanes are all going to take off from the threshold once again in the order of appearance. Another Dreamliner coming this way. And the queue currently consisting of Eastern Airways, KLM, Delta, Transavia. Next takeoff will be KLM. Hey there, John, good afternoon. And this is KLM flight 1033 to Persenchester, an Embraer 190, the PHEZW, 13 years old, hailing from the year 2012. We have a breakout from Transavia. Is it going to overtake the KLM? I think it might. And there's even more coming in the background. It's busy over here. This is Transavia to Ibiza, flight 5675. Up and away. Next up will be Delta Airlines flight 163, and it does look like Transavia has overtaken KLM. Wide body, wide body, wide body, wide body, wide body. It's fat camp for airplanes. This is Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, November 802, November Whiskey. 21 years old already. First flight June 2003. And Jesse asks, what does pH signify? That's the level of acidity. KLM widebody exodus has begun. This is KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. PH BKI, 4 years old, first flight August 2020. So after this, 2 narrow bodies and then 3 consecutive wide bodies at least. Flexity flex flex. French fries truck still there. I'm not seeing the ice cream truck. The ice cream truck driver is missing out on revenue. Looks like there's quite an audience at the parking place, the official Spottersplatz already. It is a sunny day. It's also Poets Day, so maybe they pissed off early and skipped school and work, the people over there. This is Britty Hopper, aka Eastern Airways, flying on behalf of KLM. It's number 170 to Newcastle. Flight number KLM flight 957. 20-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2005, the month not specified. Adri says he has Rio from Maywood in his head. And Celine says we only see the super small regional plane CRJs mostly. Whoa, we have viewers who are very fond of CRJs, so maybe you should consider doing live streams from your airport. Might have an audience for it. Now over here, it's Embraer here, Embraer there, Embraer everywhere. Certainly has been today. Raven Rock also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. So, Transavia is now lining up, and after that, over here we have at least 3 wide bodies. 1, 2, 3, and number 4 is coming. And number 5 might be as well. First up, Transavia, flight 6337 to Valencia. The PHHSG, this is, hailing from April 2012, making it 12 years old. Should turn 13 somewhere in this month. Right, time for the wide bodies, folks. Here we go. Let's go! This is KLM flight 677 and 787-10 Dreamliner, which will be leaving for Calgary, Canada pretty soon. It's the PHBKO, and this is one of the newest in the fleet of KLM. First flight was in November 2024. And there you go, you have another flying AMS Live logo. Ooh, the mic is probably picking up the engine sounds of the A330 that's all of a sudden turned towards us and towards the mic. KLM flight 651 to Washington. It's an A330-300. This is the fuck D. PHAKD. Here we go again. Hope nobody sensitive to cussing is listening in. This is PHAKD. Fuck D. This airplane is 13 years old. Turned 13 last month. Hailing from March 2012. Hey there Mitchell. Goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And double triple time after this. 2 consecutive 777-300 ERS. First to Panama City and the second to Sao Paulo. Hey, what is up, Brody? Good to see you, mate. Brody back in the chat. Hope all is well, Brody. Double triple timeline, ladies and gentlemen. This is KLM flight 757, which is going to go to Sao Paulo. It is the PHBVN. 10 years old, first flight February 2015. And after that we are going to see KLM flight 791, which will be leaving for Sao Paulo. Let's see, Just Plain Nuts says, there was a man from Leeds who swallowed a packet of seeds. Soon he came to pass. He was covered with grass, but he had all the tomato he needs. Oh, beautiful. This is KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo. After this, an A320 from EasyJet, a narrow body to cleanse the pallet. It's going to Person-Chester, and after that we are going to see a KLM 787-10 to Chicago. Here we go, KLM EasyJet flight 22180, going to Person-Chester, A320. 15 years old, first flight July 2009. Wolfgang also back in the chat. What is up, mate? Take it easy. And don't forget, it is Poets Day, Wolfgang. Piss off early, tomorrow's Saturday. Right. Let's see, Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf, A320 to Edinburgh. Hey, Chinese triple. Hey, 747 to Taipei. 7478 Atlas Air. Alive on the platform. First queen of the show, finally. About damn time. Is it on the move yet? Hey, that's Kühne en Nagel. Kühne en Nagel, is it coming this way? Is it already on the move? I hope it is. Cheater via Cheater's Lane in the meantime. Over here, German Airways, Embraer 190. Turning and burning. Bloody cheat. I couldn't Nagel confirm for 3-6 left. Thanks, Paul. That's good news. That is good news indeed. Alright. Time for another widebody KLM flight 611. Destination Chicago O'Hare. Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKK. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. And another EasyJet has arrived over here in A320neo. We'll be leaving for Edinburgh after this airplane. And another flying AMS Live logo, airborne, on its way to Chicago. Right. Let's see. Big picture overview, looking to the west, no clouds. Looking to the north, no clouds. Looking to the east, no clouds. And looking to the south, no clouds. Still a very cavalcade day here today. And the next airplane is EasyJet to Edinburgh, A320neo, flight 23302. And in the meantime, let me quickly go back to the computer and thank Mitchell Colomps, who is super chatting. Get a coffee on me, mate. Love the streams. I will do that right after I'm done streaming, mate. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the support. I will gladly accept your cup of coffee. One of my favorite beverages. Mitchell, thank you so much. I am glad to hear that you are enjoying the streams. I hope that goes for everybody. And if you are enjoying the streams and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps. Easy way to bring in new people. People awesome like you guys are, who are also into streams like these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. And assuming they have a stomach for cuss words, they will probably want to join us if they only knew that we existed. And a like goes a long way in helping to get there. Steven, mate. Steven, aka Just Play Nuts, what are you doing, mate? Lunch for you and your lovely lady, he says. Thank you so much for that. You really did not have to do that, mate. You know that, right? Steven, thank you so much for your generosity. That is above and beyond. You really did not have to do that. Absolutely you didn't. It is very much appreciated though. I will thank you also on behalf of Lisa. We will definitely grab a bite to eat on you. Thank you so much. That is tremendous. Thank you so much, Steven. Too bad she's working and wasn't able to join us during her lunch break. Yesterday she did. I'm sure she's also very appreciative, and on behalf of Lisa, thank you as well, Steven. So, if all is well, a Chinese A330 is coming. It's not the airplane that you see on the left already. That is Shamrock Flight 605 to Dublin. A321neo, and I wonder if this is the same. I think it is. I think it is the one that went around on runway 27 a week ago. Or what was it? Last Sunday, I think it was. The windy day. So we have a Chinese A330-200 going to Chengdu. And then a Dutch A330-200 going to New York, JFK. The airplane engine's already audible. The wind is blowing the airplane engine sounds towards us. Embraer 190 to London Heathrow, following the two A330s. Hey, Chinese A350 to Guangzhou is also coming, China Southern. Didn't we already see one? So that's going to be the second angry Chinese triple. The other one was going to Taipei, wasn't it? So that's two Delta A350s today, two China Airlines, China Southern. No wait, the other one was China Airlines. That's the one with the flower. I'm confusing my Chinese A350s. Now, also a massive big thank you to Raven Rock, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. You did not have to do that, but you did it anyway. Thank you so much, mate. Raven Rock, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 gifted memberships. I hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will thank you and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month. In the meantime, over here we have Shamrock, flight 605 to Dublin, A321neo. Hank says, boy, I waved to you earlier, but you looked away. Where were you standing then? I do have seen people here at the roundabout all throughout the stream. I'm not constantly looking at them. I have seen people all around me, also behind me, a lady and her daughter, who now have gone again. And Rolf is tuning in from Hamburg. Good to see you, mate. And Adri, well, good on you, mate. Adri is going to enjoy the sun a little bit. See you next time, Adri. Thanks for joining. So, 2 consecutive A330-200s, and it makes me wonder if the little Embraer 190 to London will skip ahead via Cheaters Lane. Looking at the tempo dictated by the A330 going to China, I think it's a pretty likely outcome. Kuehne and Nagel is also on the move. It is now almost 1:45, and there's not a lot of outbound traffic on the platform if you look on flight radar. The A350 is approaching, and the 747 will also arrive pretty soon. Think, unless there are new wide bodies that are going to follow right behind the 747, for now it looks like I will make that the last airplane for today's show. Jaroslav says that the Orange Pride will be leaving for Johannesburg tomorrow, 10:35. And here we go, we have our answer. This is KLM Flight 1009 to London Heathrow, Embraer 190, the PHEZP. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Taking Cheaters Lane. It's always KLM, isn't it? Turning and burning. Turning and burning. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for 3 consecutive A330-200s. Expect this to get loud. First up, Air China Cargo to Chengdu in China. 17 years old, first flight October 2007. And you can see it is leaning a little bit away from us as it is climbing out. Crosswind. We'll see the same with this KLM. KLM flight 641 to New York JFK A330-200. It's the FWAD PHAOD, 18 years old, first flight April 2006. Noah also in the chat, goedemiddag, all is well over here. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Now check it out. It's the so manyth A350 of the show. I think this is 6th or the 7th that we are now seeing that is taking off from this runway, because we also saw the A350-1000 from Cathay taking off from center, but I think this is probably the 6th. 3 deltas. This is the second Chinese. We also saw Singapore. I think it makes 6. Steven is already signing off to walk the fur kids. Also mucho importante. Well, if your walk is not too long, maybe we will see you again before the 747 takes off. If not, then hopefully see you again in the next one. Right now the 7478 is on its way, traversing the A4 highway almost. KLM flight 681 to Tokyo Narita is alive on the platform. Which runway has it been assigned to? I suspect it's one of the airplanes that will be going to center. Has anybody had a look already? Hamish also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good day. And as the Chinese A350 is slowly making its way over to the threshold, cheater's lane is once again used by a narrow body that is trying to evade wake turbulence. It is a Corendon Max 9. Yeah, Max 9 737. The PHCDP. Charlie Delta Papa. The airplane a year old, first flight July 2023. And I wonder, is this one of the airplanes that we saw getting delivered? I remember that we saw a delivery flight of a Max 9. I think it was where we were standing at the north side of the Polderbaan for arrivals. I'm just curious, is this the airplane that we saw arriving, being delivered back then? And Piotr, are you wondering if we can see the Fokker 100 from over here? Because the answer to that is no. It is on the other side of the platform and there's all kinds of stuff in the way, so we aren't going to be able to see it from over here. You can see it when you're standing at the Spottersplatz near the McDonald's. This is China Southern Airlines flight 308 to Guangzhou in China. It is an A350-900. The registration is Bravo 320 Sierra. It is a 4-year-old airplane that had its first flight in January 2021. Hey there Ryan, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And Ilya, good afternoon as well. Alright. Grand finale is underway. Quite a few airplanes are still coming to the Polderbaan before the reopening of center. Those A350s have a typical engine sound, don't they? The high-pitched howl, but also that low growl. A unique combination that makes you instantly recognize when an A350 passes you by, even with your eyes closed. Well, I have to say, it also sounds a little bit like some of those 777-200s. The Kühne and Nagel in the meantime has arrived. Hey, is that the Dash 8 taking off? I think it is, isn't it? Dash 8, or... well, it was moving just now. Just checking. When I looked at flight radar just now, it looked like the Dash 8 from the Coast Guard was taking off from runway 04. I'm scanning above, looking over my camera. I'm scanning to see if maybe I see something happening, but maybe it was just a glitch on flight radar. Ah, it landed. Ah, figures. Thought I already ought to have been able to see it if it did take off, but it landed. Right. Oh yeah, now I do see it further down the runway, but yeah. Right, so it landed. Okay, cool. Martijn asks, do you only do takeoffs or also landings? It's funny. People asking about arrivals when I'm filming departures and vice versa. More often than not, you see me film arrivals. Here at Schiphol, there's only one type of traffic unless the wind changes. So the Polderbaan today will be used for departures. That means that today's stream will feature only departures. Only if the wind changes and the runway use changes abruptly do you see both inbound and outbound in one stream. You never see it simultaneously unless it is really stormy and they're only using runway 27, for instance, as only runway for both inbound and outbound traffic. Sometimes people are complaining, you're only filming arrivals, when are you ever going to film departures? And as soon as I film departures, people are asking, are you also going to film arrivals, or do you sometimes film arrivals? I do both, although I do prefer arrivals to departures just because there's a more constant flow, generally speaking. Right, I'm also scanning flight radar to see what is behind the the 747, and I'm not seeing anything in the immediate vicinity that has a wide body, so the 7478 is going to be the last departure today. After the Kühne and Nagel has departed, I am going to wrap it up. And thank you, Peter, for the kind words. All good. Nice departures, indeed. Well, the icing on the cake is coming over there. Atlas Air Kühne and Nagel to Taipei. Probably nice and heavy. And 3 airplanes still preceding it. Iceland Air Max 8 being one of them. Norwegian to Oslo. The third to last airplane of today's show. Here's the last airplane for today's show, the Kühne & Nagel 7478 Atlas Air, flight 8641 to Taipei. This is the November 862 Golf Tango, second to last ever built 747. The airplane 2 years old, first flight October 2022. Now, for those of you joining us earlier in the stream already, I showed you the weather forecast for the upcoming 2 weeks. Not a single droplet of rain is expected. Sunny weather, albeit a bit cooler in the next couple of days, but we are going to see sunshine, no rain. So you can expect 2 more streams from me this weekend, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I don't know yet what the wind is going to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so that means I still don't know yet what I am going to film tomorrow. Arrivals, departures, which runway will be used for what. I will check tonight and double check tomorrow morning, and then I'll make my final decision and go somewhere. But you can rest assured that tomorrow, around the same time as today, that's 9:45 a.m. local time, another stream will start. And as the last airplane of today's show is lining up here on runway 36 left, I want to go ahead and thank you all already for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time here today, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Consider leaving a like if you liked the stream, but you haven't dropped a like already. Goes a long way to bring in new people like yourselves who are into live streams like these. Kühne & Nagel. Here we go, showtime. And she's up. Never grows old, does it? A massive big thank you to everybody for the support, the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, becoming a member yourself, gifted memberships, super chats, PayPal donations, merch store purchases and whatnot. You guys are what makes this channel so great. And I thank each and every one of you for all the support all throughout the 2 years and couple of months that we have been active. A big thank you to the moderators once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Big part of why this channel is what it is thanks to you guys. So thank you once again. Again, thank you all so much for watching. I had a great show and a great day here today. Hope you guys enjoyed and hope to see you all tomorrow. If you go out in the sun, enjoy, be safe, take care. Bye for now, guys. See you soon.